What a lovely way to end our dive this afternoon. Thank you for staying with us when we had a few tech issues, but the visuals here at Glencairn, how could you have stayed away? Thank you guys so much for joining us in these rough conditions. We'll see you tomorrow again for another free dive here in Cape Town. Bye for now, everyone.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a very, very warm, or almost a hot welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. My name is Eric, and behind camera we have Paul. This afternoon, we are essentially for the next hour or so, I think we are going to try and find any sign of life. It is the hottest day that we've experienced in the last week, so we'll just be looking for animals around waterholes and down towards drainage lines. So before we head towards Tswalu Dam, I think we are going to maybe pop into twin dams and see what's happening there. Just a reminder, if you are wanting to interact with us, to send through any comments or questions, please do so using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter or @FC on YouTube. And if you are 18 years old or younger, please do send questions via email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. It's a very, very warm day today, like I just mentioned, and I guess it's like the very, very first signs of a nice warm summer. And I think we're the only animals that are crazy enough to be up and moving around at this time. So, I mean, even driving past quarantine, there wasn't a impala in sight. The first time I've seen that place lifeless. So we'll take a slow drive down towards those water holes, and I'm sure that's probably the best, at least for the next hour or so, to see. I mean, if we're lucky, I mentioned a bit earlier on when we were with that elephant herd, if they head down towards a water hole on a hot day like today, there's every chance that we might see them in the water splashing about and playing. And so as we're driving, it's actually quite nice. We're going to be driving in a easterly direction, which means the sun is going to be behind our back. So it's not like we're going to be glaring into the sun the whole time. But I'm going to start up the vehicle and slowly make our way back down towards the south and western part of the reserve, eastern part. It's going to be a nice warm day. Let's see what the temperature is going to get up to.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Team Wendy, the other half of the Juma team. I'm sure Eric's already mentioned the weather, and then you've just looked at the weather, but I must touch on the weather. It's hot. And the thing is, we're not acclimatized yet. So when you sort of get to midsummer, obviously you become very acclimatized to the heat. Your body just gets on with it. But right now it's, well, we're not used to it. So I'm going to have to complain in order to get used to it. I'm only teasing. My name is Lauren. I do have Gert on camera today. And we're in the shade. Need to be in the shade for an hour or so. But that's okay. Sometimes it's good to just sit and see what comes to you rather than always driving and see what you end up going to. I know that elephants have already been here, which is a little bit disappointing. I was really hoping to catch some elephants. I saw them on my run, which I only 40% completed because I was so exhausted with the heat. But we'll do some birding, we'll have some discussions. Sitting by a dam is a great time to go deep into discussions about things. And technically, on the other side of that wall, that's where we left Shasha. But if you think about it, he's going to be flat cat nestled in some patch of shade or thicket or whatever he can find. So I will welcome your discussion points and your questions. We can talk about leopards, hyenas, insects. I had a mating pair of moths on my hand this morning. Fish. We can talk about whatever you like. I feel like I'm on the dam cam, but in real life. It's obviously better being here in real life. But we'll give it about an hour, really hoping that more elephants come down, and then naturally we'll be on our way. I want to visit Mrs. Wig. She's top of my list today. And then once it gets a little bit cooler, I think I might search around for Shasha. But the Mulwati's a bit of a challenge right now, signal-wise, which is a shame. There's a lot of leopard activity in the Mulwati. It's the perfect leopard spot. I did not get that name, and I'm afraid I apologize. I wish I had a pool. I also want to jump in a pool. We have a very basic camp here. We don't have pools. We don't have AC. It's a basic camp, but the kitchen's always full. And that's all that matters, really, at the end of the day. But I wish I could jump in a pool right now, and not this one that you're looking at. I don't want to jump into Gary Dam. With a swimming pool, yes. At least in the Maldives, you're always on the water. I mean, you spend about 8 hours at sea every single day when you're trying to film sharks and rays. And when you get too hot, you can just jump in. But of course, it doesn't work like that here. And the animals will all be adjusting to the seasonal changes as well. And if you look, it's maybe not so obvious here, but it was really, really obvious the other day when I was driving down Gowrie Main on the fire break. The new shoots of grass that have just popped out of nowhere and is so green already. And that was just with the little bit of rain we had the other day. Can you imagine when the big rains start? I'm wondering if we're in for a terribly thick summer. Look at that. And I know it doesn't look like much, but it actually is when you think about it. I mean, it was pretty barren, and just with that little bit of water, all the new grass shoots have started to appear, and slowly but surely this landscape is transforming. I'm really going to listen and look for the migrant birds. That's important now. I love the smell of water. I guess it's not the smell of water that I'm smelling, because water is odorless and colourless and technically tasteless, but water on soil, that organic smell, I love it. Okay, we're going to sit here, enjoy the shade, and hope that some animals come down to drink.
We had a really nice Steenbok that was there, and obviously just as we were getting ready to show it to you, it decided to turn and run away. So let me start up. It was quite relaxed, and then it did jump away. But it looks like, let's see, if it is moving further away, yeah, it looks like it is, unfortunately. As I was sitting there watching it, I was thinking, wow, this is quite unusual. It's pretty relaxed and not really moving too much, and then it just decided to regain distance. But that's the first sign of life, or first mammal that we've seen, is a little Steenbok. And I'm sure it's just going to go and find a nice dense patch of shade and just relax for a bit longer before it decides to move around. Actually quite a nice little spot here. We've got some elevation where we can just pick up the binoculars and scan around. So I mean, you can just imagine that this is going downhill, and at the bottom of the hill is where the water holes are. It's just where the catchment area is, and it just makes more sense to have water holes down at the bottom of a hill. So from here, if we use our binoculars, or you use that powerful lens of pause, then maybe we can find something heading down in the direction of the water holes. Some red-billed woodhoopers that are calling to the left. That's also a woodpecker calling. So the birds are out at least. And at the moment we'll just be scanning in the shade, or very close towards those water holes down at the bottom of the hill here. I don't see anything. I'll give it 10 more seconds or so before we start the engine again and head down towards the water.
I've also decided butterflies are a priority today. Oh, we've got some Nyalas. Do you see them just over the other side, coming to drink? Oh, everyone must quench their thirst. Yes, Nyalas. I always say this, I don't quite know what it is about watching an animal drink, but I find it thoroughly enjoyable to watch them quench their thirst. And that fallen over knobthorn behind them, you should map that, mark it, take a screenshot, watch the water levels. And then after the rains, I'll come back here. You may need to remind me, I'm getting old. But we'll come back to this exact same position. You can take a screenshot and you'll see how full the dam has gotten. It's a really good marker. Stephanie, no. I mean, insects land on you. There are also animals. I would say most organisms, except the fish in the dams, are very aware of our presence. But if you think about the sort of psychology behind it, they, from the mammals to the birds, even the amphibians, reptiles, they're just used to us. We're part of this environment because the sort of Sabi Sands has been a private concession for a very long time. Vehicles have been driving for a very long time. Over time, the animals have just sort of become habituated. Or at least maybe habituated is not the right word, but we're just part of the environment. They are not aware that seeing cars around here isn't entirely part of the natural ecosystem. If that makes sense. We are just part of it. The noise, the smell, the visual of a vehicle is just the norm to them, if that makes sense. So when we're on drives, absolutely not. I mean, I have had some really fascinating interactions. Really fascinating. Mostly with hyenas, where I would say the Juma clan have probably interacted with the most, the way they come to the vehicle. say they maybe do interact with us a little bit, but generally speaking, no. When we're in camp, well, that's a different story. We have many interactions with the monkeys. They are not all positive. I have a box in the vehicle where I keep all my stuff, and I showed you guys that the other day. And it's monkey proof. It's got locks. Well, it's not locks. What do you call those? Clips. And I lock it up every single day with all my belongings inside, and they have now figured out how to unlock it, which is fabulous. I came back to the car today and all my belongings were everywhere. Yes. So it's no longer monkey proof. Now that one's figured out how to do it, they're all going to figure out how to do it. But anyway, generally speaking, no. We're more, our role out here, or our sort of function out here, is just to observe. It really is a wild space, genuinely wild. And oh, there's some impala now coming down to drink. Do you see that? On the other side of the dam. That's the Nyala, now impala. And you want to keep your presence to the minimum. Naturally, your presence here is going to disturb on some sort of level, but generally speaking, you want to just be an observer. Sometimes elephants will interact with the car. I've had a few naughty youngsters that will come up and put their trunks on the car, but generally speaking, no. I've had Swazi come running towards the car. Oh, this is so lovely. And sit next to me and just watch me like a dog. But he's a special case. Swazi is, I just love him to pieces. I do apologise for the wind in my microphone, but I'm thoroughly enjoying the wind. So hopefully it's not too bad for you guys. They don't spend long in the waterhole, you see that. It's get down there, drink, quench your thirst and get out again. The fifth elephant. I just cannot get enough of that name. Sorry, I've got my binos out. I thought I just saw a slender mongoose running across the shoreline, but I'm clearly losing my mind. The stories I could tell you, the fifth elephant, the stories, but I shall not. We just run around quarantine, and yes, it is running in the wild, but of course we do take the necessary safety precautions. The area is checked beforehand, and naturally you just use your skills as a guide and make sure people in camp know you've gone and when you're likely to be expected back, and take all safety measures. But yes, all the stories. Sometimes I wish when I first arrived here, I started writing down the stories, just the moments we have had out here. Some of them make you want to cry. Some of them are just too hilarious to even get the story out without falling about laughing. Some sightings have just been incredible. And I wish I'd just kept a little notebook and wrote down my feelings and the sounds and the smells. And I've had some incredible moments here, some really funny moments, and a lot of behind the scenes bloopers. A lot. Jess, if I don't run, I'll go crazy. Okay, I'm going to continue to sit here a little bit longer and hopefully we get even more species coming down to drink.
Here we are. We are on an expedition. This is the expeditionary force. Behind me, we have seen Tlalamba. We are very excited.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We've made it to our first waterhole. It's not the waterhole that we were originally going to go towards. We just thought, it might be better just to go a more direct route down towards Chitwa. So we've come past Treehouse Dam. It's a waterhole that we've been coming past quite regularly, and quite surprised by the lack of life that comes around here. Late on this morning, Paul and I did actually see a herd of wildebeest, which I think might have been the first herd of wildebeest I've seen since I've been here on Juma. This tiny little cloud that's just broken the sun's rays. It's amazing how that even just cools it down, even if it is momentarily. But you can see, all around the water's edge, you can just see how disturbed it is. There's no grass growing down into the water, so it is a well-used waterhole. We just haven't had our timing quite right yet. It also seems like the hippo, who is an ever-present feature in this waterhole, is also here, but again, just underneath the water trying to escape the heat. So the only time I've seen it is when it came up to take a breath, and literally all it did was stick its 2 nostrils up, took a deep breath, and then it's just gone straight back down again. Yeah, there he is. He's just shot up again and down. He's not interested in the surface at all at the moment. So it seems like there's a bit of a breeze that's starting to pick up, and it's blowing from our I guess northeast, maybe even more north to the south. So if we were looking at animals approaching this waterhole, they'll typically do it in a fashion where they'll be walking into the wind towards the water. So Jerome, a hippo's eyesight underwater, I think, it probably all depends on the water that it's in. This one looks like it's been churned up and it's quite muddy, so it won't be able to see too far at all. But I guess when they are in clearer water, their eyesight underwater will be relatively okay. When they're out on land, where they're a nocturnal species, and their eyes are suited for seeing at night, so they do have a relatively good vision, but they depend more on their sense of smell, I guess. And when they leave the waterhole to graze, they'll do these like big loops through an area looking for the best grass.
Jakarta getting mobile. Are there any updates, please?
Sorry guys, forgot to turn my radio down. Yeah, and I mean, a big bull like this won't move too far away from this waterhole unless he really needs to. So throughout the night, he'll move, and in this direct area, he'll be scent marking. And what he does is walks up towards a bush, and he flicks his feces over the bush just to mark his territory. And then from there, he might move further afield looking for nice grass. And Lauren said it a bit earlier on, and I'm saying it now, like the change over the last couple of days, especially after a big hot day like today, is quite remarkable. It's just greened up. There's just this beautiful like lumo green color that's covering the ground at the moment, and that's hopefully just going to get better and better and better. Yeah, but I mean, I think this is a waterhole that we've checked a number of times. There's not really too much going on here. And our main goal for the afternoon, especially in the hotter part of the day, is to head towards Tswalu Dam and see what's around there. So I'm going to get going. In the meantime, let's see what Lauren's got at her waterhole.
Good luck, Eric. I'm determined to put a butterfly on. My first butterfly of the year. I've seen many. We haven't put them on camera. And many people ask, where do all the insects go? How can there be so little insects in winter and so many in summer? Well, it's all to do with, one, life cycles. Most insects have very, very short life cycles. And two, dormancy. So during the developmental stages of some insects, they will go through certain periods of dormancy where there's a development taking place, or they're just waiting for favourable conditions, and they are known as either diapause or quiescence. So diapause is basically a form of dormancy that usually coincides with the physiological changes necessary for sort of progression from one stage to another, if you like, of the life cycle. So for an example, a butterfly starts off as eggs, then they hatch into caterpillar, then they go into the pupal stage, then they emerge as butterflies. So there's different stages in the development of those insects. So diapause is most often occurring between the egg and the pupal stage. And in southern Africa, at least, I was just watching a bird. In southern Africa, diapause generally takes place in winter. And why? This is because it's cold. And it's basically a winter hibernation for insects, but hibernation is not the correct term naturally. So it's just the great diapause for insects. You would say that's what they're going through. They're just waiting in between their developmental stages in a period of complete dormancy. Now, obviously, they're waiting for the summers. They're waiting for the rains. So sometimes they are alive, we just can't see them. Hello, egret. Are you also having a drink? Oh, we just watched a saddle-billed stork have a drink too. Sip and tip and sip and tip. Now, diapause, just building on that, is genetic. It's genetically determined and it's under hormonal control. So the insects can control it, if you like. It's physiological and is often set off by an environmental condition, be it the shortening day lengths of winter or even temperatures, but normally it's a shortening of the day lengths that triggers this physiological response within the insects. It could be pH, it could be food quality, it could also be moisture, it could be chemicals. Oh, I got some baboons. And the other one, quiescence, is a form of dormancy, but really it differs, and it's a direct result of unfavourable conditions. So basically, when the conditions get far too unfavourable or it's far too cold, then they will just automatically sort of stop development. And then they will wait until the conditions become favourable again. So it's two different types of dormancy. Hello, baboons. Wonder what you guys are up to. Oh, that breeze is so delicious. I have to say, I'm not a fan of baboons coming in camp, but I love sitting watching them. Forever entertaining. And that's why sometimes it's worth just sitting in a dam. We've had impala, Nyala, saddle-billed stork, egret. You can hear the birds calling, and now we've got baboons. White mane, I have seen them when I was on dam camp duty, but I haven't actually seen them in real life. We could probably go on the dam wall a little bit later and try to find them. It's very sweet. So I have seen them through the dam camp, yes. I love following birds, and we will definitely... Oh, look who's drinking over this side now. Amazing. That's the Waterbuck you saw earlier. Definitely will visit Missy's work today. Think I saw Batilda the other day, but can't confirm. And hopefully we'll start to see the Wahlbergs meeting. We'll start to be able to follow that journey. Look at this impressive boy. And of course, mammals don't go dormant, but they still adjust. So once the temperatures get high like this, they're probably going to adjust their diet, maybe, according to which vegetation starts thriving most at the start of summer. They're going to need to adapt their daily schedule, seek a lot more shade, rest a lot during the day, maybe spend a lot more time being active after the sun's gone down, and also drinking a lot more water. Now, I know all that sounds common sense to us, but when you live out here in the wild, those adjustments constantly have to take place according to seasonal changes. Christy, Waterbucks are your favourite. They're gorgeous. One of the most difficult sightings I had lasting was the Talamatis taking down a Waterbuck in front of the car. Ooh, that was difficult. Oh, Kim, as for my favourite, it is such a tough one. I would say I'm least attached to Nyalas and Dikers. I feel very strongly about Kudu and Steenbok. And I adore Impala. Good afternoon, OBS. WildEarth is mobile, but no updates so far.
Yeah. This morning I met people walking on the bush somewhere in Treehouse Dam. They say it was a Tswalu with a small mountain pan, easy. So I'm not sure which day, but I do check where they pointed from Twin Dam to the north. I didn't pick up anything. Must be later time one of the dams got a mountain pan somewhere.
Wow, okay, thanks, OBS. I'll head there soon and check it out. Keep me updated.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the trip here west of Galago. I hear the bushbuckers coming.
Copy. We did leave Shasha this morning just by the dam wall. Okay, lots of promise. I love Aubrey dearly. I love all the Juma guides so much. Finoti, Mike, Rexon, Aubrey, and naturally Taxon. Passed away, I'm afraid. They call me the crazy Misi lady, but that's fine. I take that as a compliment. Pearl, you're saying this Waterbuck is a stunner, isn't he just? And because we're sort of giving long distance visuals, it's also working in our favour to just sit here. We're in the shade. But because we're looking to the other side of the dam, it means that the animals that are coming down are actually quite relaxed. Because in general, when any sort of antelope species or even giraffe come down here, they are nervous because you've got to bend down, especially if you're a giraffe, leave your rear end exposed and not focus on being alert because you're drinking. And therefore it can leave you really, really vulnerable for predators sneaking up on you from behind, and also crocodiles. I mean, this dam, there are no crocodiles, but there's a natural born instinct in these prey species to fear that. So sometimes they're nervous anyway, and naturally if a vehicle comes, that can disrupt that. But I think the fact that we're just sitting here on the other side of the dam is really working in our favour. I feel a slight sense of relief in the air. Might just be getting cooler. Yaku, I don't know where this rumour once started that crocodiles and lions and all the predators do not eat Waterbuck, because they absolutely do. Waterbuck do have an oil that they secrete from the skin glands, and it is rather smelly. So it is thought that all predators would not eat a Waterbuck because of this. And my goodness, I have seen so many predators on Waterbucks, from wild dogs to lions taking one down in front of me, and crocodiles absolutely would. They are completely opportunistic. And being a reptile, you're ectothermic and your metabolism is very, very slow. Your energy levels are directly related to your metabolism. So energy levels are low, your metabolism's going to slow down, you're going to become weak and not be able to move so fast. So trust me, crocodiles are not going to pass up a free meal. They mainly eat fish, and I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions about crocodiles. The bulk of their diet is fish. But naturally, they will seize any opportunity. The Great Migration of the Masai Mara is a perfect example, and they will launch out of the water here at anything they can. But generally speaking, they eat fish. They would not say no to a good old helping of Waterbuck. No way. weather's getting a little bit cooler, we may start to get ready to begin our bumpo.
This is our second attempt at a Steenbok shot for everyone, and it seems like it's working a bit better than our first attempt. Again, he started out in a much better position, but has just walked behind a few bushes. This one here, I don't know if you can see on the very top of its head, has got two little small horns, so it looks like a young male. And he was very stationary. I mean, when the Steenbok, when they're first, oh look, he's actually going to the loo. This will be quite exciting, or not maybe exciting, but interesting, because Steenbok are one of the very few antelope species that actually bury their own dung. So I'd love to see how he does it. Maybe kicks back with his back legs or buries with his front legs. But he's in that squatting position. There we go, see, with the front legs. Interesting. Okay, yeah, sure. So I've actually never really seen that before, so it's quite nice to know how they do it. And it almost looks like it's like a dog digging, using its front legs to kick sand over its own dung. And that would be, you know, the Steenbok are territorial, so they're covering their dung almost just makes it stay in that same spot for a bit longer than usual. See, now it's actually, look how big its eyes are. Really big eyes, really big ears. For such a small animal. And you always wonder how, I mean, such a tiny animal has survived this long with so many potential predators in the area. But I suppose, being a smaller animal, it's got lots of places to hide. So that's exactly what it does. And when it initially encounters a threat, what it tends to do is freezes, and it just tries to not move a muscle in the hopes that if a predator is looking in its direction, it might not see its movement and it might overlook it. So as the Steenbok is walking away, I did notice movement of a bird species, but I thought it could have been a Coqui Franklin. We heard them calling quite a lot this morning, but I can't see them anymore. But he's moved off. It doesn't seem like the view's going to get any better. We are at the position where we're just about to turn off and head towards Tswalu Dam to see what's going there. So I'm actually going to start the vehicle and head in that direction. So Michaela, you're asking if there's any animals that predators won't eat. There definitely are. You know, each predator's got sort of a range of animals that it's capable of hunting, and they tend not to go after anything either smaller or bigger than that range. So I guess in general, you know, the reptiles is something that these predators tend to avoid, specifically venomous snakes. You see leopards sometimes going after them, especially when they're still young and curious, but they often will be very, very cautious around them. So, yeah, like leopards for me have got the biggest variety of prey species, and they can go anything, I mean, from feeding off of frogs and fishes all the way up to large antelope species and anything in between. Whereas cheetah is probably one of the more specialist predator species, because it's it relies so much on its speed. It's not going to go after something that might be able to cause it injury. So it will only go after impala, Steenbok, maybe on the odd occasion Nyala or bushbuck, depending on where they are. Yeah, I think that's the best answer I can give you. Hoping that there is going to be some animals here. I can see the dam as we speak. It always impresses me how big this waterhole is when we see it. So as we find a spot to park off and do exactly what Lauren's doing, we're just switching duties and she's off on a bumble. So let's see what her plan is.
The visual very quickly went from 5 out of 5 to 1 out of 5 there. There's a leopard tortoise, yay, a young one. You can tell by the size, but now we have no visual. And Eric's absolutely spot on there. Leopards, not leopard tortoises, but leopards have the broadest diet of all the top predators. But I also believe the predators will have a range of food that they prefer to eat. But where did it go? I don't believe that they will only eat within that range. I honestly firmly believe that... You see it? No, it's back there. No, don't go in the road, little guy. How did I drive past you? I believe predators, especially out in the wilds, will really eat anything when they have to. Honestly, anything. If they prefer impala, absolutely. But if they can't get impala, they're literally going to eat what they have to survive. Survival. Hello, little one. I just love you guys. I know, it's hot, but soon there'll be water everywhere for you. You can identify the sexes. You get a good look at the tail and you get a good look underneath. The last scute on the shell and the carapace will tell you if it's male or female. We'll try and get a look, but it is a young one. I mean, I don't think that's much longer than my hand, to be honest. Part of Chelonidae family. I have a lot of experience with Chelonians. Now naturally, these are the biggest tortoise we get out here, so that's how I know it's a juvenile, because it's going to get a lot bigger. Can go up to about 70 centimeters on average, so some can even be bigger. That's big for a reptile. I'm very glad you've not hidden from us. You've been quite brave. Many of you are saying it's so cute. It's adorable. Males generally have longer tails and a more adapted last scute and a concave plastron to allow them to mount the females. So I would obviously never pick this individual up, but if you were to, you would immediately be able to sex it. Females have completely flat plastrons, and plastrons just the other...
Mobile straight north for the Chinese time. I'm going to live there.
The plastron is just the other side of the carapace. So what you're looking at right now is the top side carapace. The underneath it, we call it the plastron. And it's all one unit, if you like. It's adjoined at the side. And all of these individual little parts are called scutes. And all the carapace and the plastron are connected to all of the turtle's organs in the inside. So that's why when you go swimming with sea turtles, what are sea turtles? Sea turtles, or you find a terrapin, or you find a tortoise like this, that's why you really shouldn't touch them. And if you do, I have openly picked them up and moved them off the road if I felt they were in danger. But you really shouldn't just touch them. They can feel it. So basically, we have a rib cage, which obviously sits here. So this is sort of our body structure. This is a rib cage. What's happened with chelonians is through evolution, the rib cage is fused together and created this. So this is the plaster on the underneath part, and this is the ribs which is fused together to create the carapace. So it's all one unit, it's not two separate things. And on the inside, all the nerves, veins, arteries, organs are all attached to the carapace. I think we've lost them for good now. But let's have a look. And if you ever do have to move one off the road, if you're worried about heavy traffic and you think it's going to get run over, you can just sort of reposition it to water. Move it out the way, and as long as you deliver it to water, then it should be absolutely fine. No, this little guy is gone. Wasn't that awesome? Fascinating group of animals. And very closely linked to the sea turtles. My work was heavily centered and focused around sea turtles in the Maldives, and it's just one group of animals that I just thoroughly love to this day. So we're going to keep bumbling south now and see what else we can find.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, then we are excited to announce that there is another unique prize for you to win. Sign up to be an explorer before the 16th of October 2021, and you and a friend could be heading off to an eco-training ranger experience. This 2-night opportunity offers a living and learning adventure where you will combine seeing incredible nature with gaining knowledge on how animals live in the wild. You will approach dangerous game on foot, learn how to track, do some 4x4 driving, and have an exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team behind the scenes on the live show. After each action-packed day, you will relax around the campfire and listen to the nighttime choir of animal sounds before you drift off to sleep. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
I think sometimes you need just to listen. So it's a kind of taking out all that other spirit and bring back wilderness and healthy. Bushwalk and trek and sign. I'm sure I'm good at that. I spend most of my time on the ground since I was a young boy, so I think I'm good with that. Actually, I'm not much nervous of any category. Just take it as it is. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on what the judges are looking at. So chances are 50-50 on my side. I'm not... Obviously, when you go for a competition, you say you win.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes. Unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, so we've just got those Kudus and a Waterbuck, or a few Waterbuck that are moving past and through the waterhole. So I'm just going to move forward one more time, see if we can get a better view of the Kudus in particular. I'd really like to show you the nice big males. Otherwise we might just focus our attention more on the actual waterhole itself. There we go. We might get a good view after this thicket. Every mammal we try and stop at, Mpho and I try and look for some shade, but we haven't got it perfectly yet. But there's a really, really nice big specimen of a kudu. Again, maybe not the best view, but some views better than no view. There's another one. So there's at least 3 males that look like they are in their prime and really well developed, and one that's slightly smaller. And they'll quite happily stick together like this, especially because moving through these thick areas, having more eyes, more ears is much safer to hear the approach of a predator. But then as soon as there's a female that's an estrus, they'll use those horns to judge who's the biggest one. And as soon as they can't figure that one out, that's when they start fighting with one another. And I believe that it can get quite intensive. And because of that corkscrew fashion horn, there have been occasions where people have found kudus with their horns interlocked and we haven't been able to separate them. And either one or sometimes both males will end up dying from the fight. And so before they actually lock horns, they'll do pretty much everything they can to try and work out who's the bigger one. And they'll size each other up as much as they can. And as soon as one thinks that it doesn't have the advantage, then it will just be submissive and turn and walk away. So Jared was saying that it is International Migratory Bird Day, and speaking of migratory birds, I'm hearing European rollers that are flying, not rollers, European bee-eaters. I can just hear them. I haven't seen them yet, but it does sound like they're flying somewhere above us, probably quite high if I can't see them. Since I've been here at Juma, it's the first European rollers I've heard, so I'm sure they're on their way and they'll start coming in their numbers pretty soon. Okay, so I think what I'll do from here now that we've, well, let's just wait for this one last kudu to move. And they're going to disappear down into quite a thick area where we won't get a view. It's not even worth trying, so we might just focus our attention around the waterhole and see what birds there might be. I mean, speaking of migratory species, there's quite a few different waders that are potentially here around this big waterhole. And I did see an African fish eagle who is around, so we might try and get a view of that. Yeah, alright, so he's moved off that kudu. I'm going to start up. Okay, so we are pulling up next to the water. It's amazing, this breeze off of the dam onto our faces actually makes it a lot cooler. But there are a huge amount of Egyptian geese. And that's what's making all of that racket. Some terrapins that are on the side of the waterhole. There's some blacksmith lapwings. And then the hippos we heard calling a bit earlier on as well. Even some barn swallows that are flying around. They've also just arrived from Europe. it is an abnormal amount of Egyptian geese around this waterhole. And I guess, yeah, I suppose it's not really that common, and they do just tend to congregate around areas that suit Egyptian geese best. So around water obviously suits them really well, but then an area with short grass that they can feed on, they're also quite safe from any approaching threat. So they can see anything that's come from. Now I've just even seen a fish jump. Everything's happening at this waterhole today. See, I mean, if we in the looking at the Egyptian geese, you can see there's a few that have got a very, very, very white patch on their wing, and a couple that don't. And it stands out quite a lot. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, that white patch, both sexes have it. I was thinking maybe one would be male, one would be female, but I think it's just the way that their wings are positioned. And so those are like the shoulder or the front part of the wing. I mean, let's see, I'll try and count them. So starting from the ones in the background, there's 4. Sure, I reckon there's at least 40. And then on the dam wall there, another really cool bird before it disappears. It might go, it's a saddle-billed stork. Quite a unique shot because we eye level with it whilst it's on the dam wall. These are spectacular birds. They really are beautiful. It's amazing that a bill can have such different colors. I mean, that black, the red, and then even that saddle yellow there. It's quite impressive. It is such a cool thing to think that these tiny little birds who might weigh only between 20 to 30 grams, probably at the most, have made it all the way from Europe, so Germany, where you are, all the way down to southern Africa. It's quite a remarkable feat how they make it all this way. And in a couple of months' time, after they've enjoyed our summertime, they do it all over again. So it is one of those natural wonders that just is quite incredible to think about. Sorry, there was just a vehicle that was quite curious as to why we've been spending so much time at the waterhole. We just had to point it at the birds and stuff, but I mean, there's that. I think they're also quite interested in going to have a look at the fish eagle, which is perched up on the tree. And this fish eagle, although it's stationary and not doing much, it's keeping an eye out on the water. You know, they'll need to catch a fish that's at a certain level. You know, they know exactly what it takes to try and catch a fish. If they go too deep, they risk getting their wings wet, and then it's very difficult for them to, it's impossible for them to take off again. So then they'll have to literally swim back to the side of the dam. But it also will be quite opportunistic. So, I mean, for an example, if these Egyptian geese, if any of them had a little flock of goslings, they would definitely target them. It's quite an easy thing to go for. I mean, they don't really have too much in the way of protection, and the parents will try their best. They'll try and open up their wings and protect them from the fish eagle, but if the fish eagle's adamant, they'll quite easily pick off the goslings one by one. And so, it will go after birds as fish eagle, it will go after fish, it will go after monitor lizards that you find around the waterhole. It will pirate from other birds. So if a saddleboard stork has got something, for example, it will try and steal it from them. So they'll try and take any opportunity that they can. And it might be one of the reasons why these Egyptian geese are being so noisy. It's just uttering out an alarm call specifically for this African fish eagle, just warning the whole group that he's still there.
We've made it. It's time for afternoon tea, everybody, with the wigs. I spotted. I know where he's now hanging out. And some of you will remember last year when we were following Olivia, and one day she just got up from this nest and we found her on the embankment where she shouldn't be. That's where Papa Wig is right now. So I finally found him. He's never too far from Mama Wig, which is actually really sweet. It's really sweet. And I think she expects our daily visits. We harm her in no way. We disturb her in no way. I was a little bit confused by Aubrey's update earlier because it said Shudulu. This was why whoever named Shudulu really wasn't thinking straight, because Shudulu actually means termite mound, which I think is a really ugly name for a leopard. And also, when you talk on the radio and you're trying to describe directions to someone, you're obviously going to talk about Shudulus, meaning the termite mound, and it can cause great confusion. But what he was saying is there's a hyena cub in a termite mound somewhere on Juma. Exciting stuff. So as you can imagine, that's going to be my mission now. But I mean, it's really hot. If there really is a cub inside a termite mound, inside a Shudulu, it's going to be sleeping right now. But still, I know most of the termite mounds up and down the fire break between Twin Dams and Treehouse. We're just going to check every single one of them. Mrs. Wig, you really are the most beautiful owl I've ever seen. And it means she's in the shade naturally. We're in the shade. It's actually a win-win situation here. And we've got signal. Many of you are happy to see her, of course. And she's sleeping, but look at that. She's not entirely sleeping. She's aware of her surroundings. And, of course, she is nocturnal. So the daytime really is a time of rest. So if she wasn't incubating, she would just be in one of these trees, somewhere in the shade, just roosting. But naturally, she's a mama in the making. So the priority here is to rest, but also to incubate. But she's always listening, always aware of her surroundings. And I do often wonder what happened to Olivia. We'll never know. It could have been anything. Definitely a predator.
Good afternoon, all stations.
Good afternoon. It could have been a monitor lizard, it could have been a snake, it could have been a genet, leopard, hyena, maybe even a bird of prey swooping down. Could have been anything. But Sebwick definitely dispersed. He was a success. A great success. In Hong Kong, you know, I thought that because maybe about 4.
Have a look at this big guy. He is huge. We were actually just on our way past this dam after spending some time here, and this crocodile just surfaced. We thought it was too big and too impressive not to show you. So one of the most scary, for me at least, for the most scary animals in the bush here. They're just so relentless. We were talking about a bit earlier how predators have got their limitations as to what they can and can't go after. There's pretty much no such thing for a crocodile. They'll target whatever is around the waterhole. So predominantly they'll feed on fish, but a big croc like this can easily go after almost any mammal. And I've seen videos of, I mean, it happened at Phinda not so long ago where a crocodile snatched up a cheetah as it was coming down to drink. I've heard of them going after male lions trying to cross river channels. Crocs go after them. Even seen videos of crocodiles latching onto the top or the tip of an elephant's trunk. So they are just pretty much Jurassic looking. They're huge, they're big, quite scary. So I tend to give them as much respect as they needed, and I wouldn't be going anywhere near this waterhole on my 2 legs. And I suppose they appreciate the warmth like this. So a big croc like this will be moving in and out of the waterhole, sunbathing, just trying to warm up to regulate their own temperature, and then when they get a little bit too hot, maybe just slip down into the water like this. But you can see it's very shallow, so it's probably just on the bottom of the waterhole there. But just watch, as soon as it gets a little bit deeper, it will literally just take, all it needs is that body to be covered by literally a millimeter of water, and then it's just gone. You won't be able to see it. And when they swim, you would think, you might be able to see the wake. But with that big, powerful tail, they just push it from side to side very slowly, and they can literally just go undetected. So they can swim pretty much right at the top of the water, and you won't even see that they're there. But it's actually quite a nice little area here, because we've got these little, almost like these little islands, and it's created quite good environment for some of these wading birds. And I was mentioning that we could potentially see some of the migratory species that have arrived, and we've got one here. So from the crocodile we go on towards the bank, and we have got that guy there who is standing on one leg. And I wish I had gotten a proper look at it earlier, but it's got, so we'll have to just have a look, and I'll quickly get my book out, and maybe the viewers can help me out a little bit. So what we're needing to do is literally just look at the bull shape. So we're looking to see whether it's a long, straight, needle-like shape, or whether it's got a slight recurve, meaning that instead of pointing down to the ground, it might be pointing slightly up towards the sky if the bull, see now he's hiding his bull from us. So I'm just going to get my bird book out and have a quick look. So we're either looking at it is in the sandpiper group, but it's either a marsh sandpiper, which I don't think it is, just because it looks a bit big for a marsh sandpiper. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so marsh sandpiper measures in at 24 centimeters, and I thought maybe a bit too big. There's one called a common green shank, which is 32 centimeters, so considerably bigger. And although we haven't really been able to see the bill, I'm leaning towards a common green shank more than I am towards a marsh sandpiper. So I'm going to lock that in as a final answer. We've got a common green shank there. And then on the right of it is a three-banded plover, which is not really a migratory species. They stick around all year round. But there was also another sandpiper, which unfortunately has moved off. I can't see it now. Quite a common one that we find within the Sabi Sands area. It's wood sandpiper. And so this is what I was saying. I mean, the birding, if you're driving, you can literally just, without stopping, you can look at these mammal species and identify the species quite easily. But the level of detail that you sometimes have to go into to identify a bird like this requires concentration. And it also just requires you to look at the bird. And I suppose if you're looking at it more, you're spending more time taking in its features, you get to appreciate it slightly more. So quite like the barn swallows that we were talking about a bit earlier. Again, it's a Palearctic migrant, which means that it's come all the way from Eurasia, so probably somewhere in the western part of Europe, maybe in the eastern part of Asia. So a bird like this is quite a common bird worldwide. It will occur pretty much throughout the whole of Asia, and so you'll have, depending on where they're from, they'll have different migratory paths. So it might move all the way down into Africa via Europe, but if it's too far east, and say it's like in the eastern part of Russia, for example, then it will move down the continent of Asia and maybe go towards India, Sri Lanka, down that way rather, instead of having to go all the way across the continent and then back down into Africa. So great to see that these migratory birds are on their way back and arriving, and I'm sure we'll start to see more and more of them. I think this is as much as we get to see around this waterhole now, so I think Paul and I are going to move on and see what else we can find.
I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened, or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Ellies. We got some ellies. I'm going to go forward a little bit. I can see there are lots of them, but they are all crossing Gary Main, which is not ideal. They're going into Little Gary. And we're facing directly into the sun, which is also not ideal. Sorry, I had my sunglasses on. I'm really struggling with my eyes today. It's extremely bright and rather painful. How about here? You work with this? Lots of them, all crossing the road. Heading south from Juma to Little Gary. Very relaxed, happiness all round. And these animals will be more than familiar with the change in season. They will be intrinsically aware as changes upon them. They'll be aware that the vegetation's about to change. This is actually the fire break we were talking about earlier when I was referring to the grass. And it really doesn't look like much, just little shoots. But just before the rains, these were not present. It wasn't like this. So it's not very, very green, but it's just the start, shall we say. It's a lot greener than a few weeks ago. It just takes a little bit of moisture to transform this land. In terms of insects, the great diapause will be over. In terms of vegetation, in terms of movements, reptiles, as we witnessed with the leopard, tortoise, amphibians, snakes, arachnids. And a huge spider walked past us last night around the table. I don't actually even know which species it was. It was too big for me to thoroughly investigate. Should we go up ahead a bit? so lovely, and it's actually in the area that I wanted to check anyway for this hyena cub. Ashton, I mean, think about it. If they were to struggle with high temperatures, do you think they would be able to survive in the African savanna? No, of course not. They're adapted. So when you find an organism in its natural habitat that hasn't been altered by humans and they haven't been removed and shoved into captivity or relocated, they have all the necessary adaptations to withstand any conditions that they're going to meet within that habitat. So that's why African elephants' ears are way bigger than Asian elephants, shaped like the continent of Africa. They're designed that way, if you like, to help the elephants cool down, because they have a really large sort of body size. And they're paper thin, these ears. So that means it loses a lot of heat. There's lots of capillaries and veins and arteries, and the blood circulation allows the ears to actually lose up to 75% of an elephant's heat if it's too hot. That's why they're always flapping. One, it creates airwaves, like if I was to fan myself right now. And two, there's a whole network of capillaries doing their job there. They also love water. They'll swim in water as much as possible when they're hot. And their wrinkly skin will hold in moisture. So the skin is extremely wrinkly, and also far wrinklier than Asian elephants. And that's because they need to cool down more. The climate's different. It's not as humid here. And of course it gets very, very, very hot. So as soon as they splash water onto their body, the wrinkles actually hold the moisture in and help keep the animal cool for longer. They've got all sorts of mechanisms in place. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive. Let's just take a silent moment to listen to all the birds and watch these elephants as they enjoy their snacks. Arlarmur, you love the way something.
The feet roll.
I got a demonstration, that's why I'm laughing. Kat was trying to show me and demonstrate that question. It's very beautiful, well done. Their feet roll with each step, absolutely. They've got quite a unique way of walking. Their feet are very round to create more of a surface area for balance and stability for being such a heavy, large animal. And yes, they do have that rolling motion. You're right, Arlarmur. I got there in the end. Let's go forward and try and get some better views back into the sun. mosquito bit my eye, and it didn't bite my eye, but been having really bad trouble with it all day. Someone's not happy down the way. The elephants are extending all the way along Gowrie Main. This is quite the herd, or a mixture of herds altogether. Okay, we're going to try and stick with these elephants a little bit longer, but they are heading south out of our property. We're just sitting watching the elephants head south, away from us, I'm afraid. We still have some views, because the bush is so open. We're just going to take this opportunity to sit and listen. Isn't it lovely? The sun is finally starting to go down a little bit, and we're going to continue our bumble.
We are on a bit of an explorative drive this afternoon, checking out what Wichita has to offer, and it is a stunning property. It seems like it's beautiful with these big trees all over the place, and we just stumbled across this group of Nyala bulls who are quite happy, just very relaxed, feeding around us. That's not atypical. I mean, these Nyala bulls are very relaxed, and I mean, it is a species that spends a lot of time around camp sometimes, so they do get used to humans quite nicely. And for a browser, they're spending an awfully lot of time feeding on the ground. So I think they're just feeding on some grass, which is actually falls part of their diet. It's not unusual to see them feeding like this. And these three bulls, I mentioned that young Kudu bull reminded me, especially the shape of his horns, of a fully grown Nyala bull. And they are cousins. They're very closely related, so they will look very similar and they behave in very similar ways. I think in one way which Nyala stands out is the way that instead of that the dominance display where they're looking to fight one another, Kudus don't necessarily have as much of a loud and in your face display, whereas these Nyala bulls, when they're at it and they're displaying, it seems like everything comes to a standstill, and that's the only thing that they focus on. So that white crest on their spine will erect, they drop their heads down, and then they walk around each other in slow motion. It's always quite comical to watch. It almost looks like they're flashing and showing off those orange legs of theirs. So they lift their front legs up with quite a lot of deliberation, and then they put it down and go on to the next step. And that doesn't need to be only for when there's females in the area. And if there's new bulls that are coming into a group and they're just trying to work out some sort of dominance hierarchy, then that also could happen. So Charles, there aren't any springbok not only in the Sabi sands, but also there's no springbok within the whole of the Kruger National Park, so within the whole 2.5 million hectares, and it's just not suitable for their lifestyle. This area here, you can see around us, it's quite dense. There's lots of trees, there's lots of bushes, we get quite a lot of rain, whereas springbok are adapted for more arid conditions. So they tend to be in the central parts of southern Africa. So if you basically take a map of southern Africa and you draw a circle in the center, it's basically their distribution. So they go all the way into Namibia, into the northern parts of the Western Cape. I guess they used to. I don't think there's too many naturally free roaming springbok in the Free State anymore, but definitely in the Northern Cape, and then up into Botswana. It tends to be their typical natural distribution, and they just wouldn't simply survive in this area, I don't think. It's just not well suited enough for them. Now, if we were to put these Nyalas in an area where springboks thrive, you'll find that these Nyalas will suffer and probably wouldn't survive either. So these different animals have just got different ways of surviving, and they've adapted to the environment that suits them best. So from this point, I mean, Nyalas typically their distribution range moves in the opposite direction to springbok. So from here, springbok, like I say, more in the interior part of the country, whereas Nyalas, if you head towards Mozambique and the coast and then down Zululand, suits the Nyalas incredibly well, just because it is the right habitat for them. So Ashwin, you think that these are the prettiest antelope? I can definitely see that, and I think it's the white markings around their face, but I think for me, and it's also an antelope species you don't really find too much around the Sabi sands, but they are in some way related. For me, it's a big eland bull. I suppose not the prettiest, but they've just got this presence about them. They're just so majestic. Their necks, especially these big ones, their necks are almost as wide as they are long. They are just filled with muscle. It just looks like a really, really strong animal to mess with. And they're heavier than a buffalo bull, these big eland bulls. So I recently saw a herd of about 100 of them. I was doing a walk in the Pafuri region of the Kruger, which is, as the crow flies, it's 400 kilometers north of here. And we came around the corner, and along a dried up pan, there was literally a herd of about 100 elands. And we just sat down on the ground and watched them for probably close to half an hour. So that was a really, really cool moment to spend some time with them. They're not very common at all within the Kruger National Park. But this whole, so in Nyalas, starting from the smallest you get in Nyalas, bushbuck, then in Nyala, then Kudu, and then eland. And then in some parts of the continent you get part of the same family, but they just don't occur in southern Africa. You get the mountain eland, the mountain Nyala. I'm mixing up my antelope species here. And they look very similar to these ones, probably a little bit smaller. And then you get the Sitatunga, which is a wetland species that you only find in very, very deep swamps. So Okavango Delta is the closest area to here that you might be able to find them. And then you get a very funny looking antelope called the bongo. And they all look very similar. They've got similar shapes, similar stripes, but what makes them related is the slight spiral that they have in their horns. So they're all part of a family called the Tragelaphus family, which basically means spiraled horn. And in the Sabi sands, like I said, we get bushbuck, we get Nyala, and we get Kudu. So they're all very closely related to one another. And so I think, these Nyalas are moving a bit further away, and we have had a pretty good view of them. I think Mpo and I would like to explore a little bit more of Chitwa before it gets dark, because finding our way back might prove to be a bit more challenging in the dark. So we at least know that all we need to do is just head west. So we've been heading east for a bit. And then I'm sure we'll start bending and making our way back till eventually, probably somewhere close to sunset time, within the next 45 minutes to an hour, we might see if we can watch the sunset either from an area close to the waterhole or maybe at the waterhole itself. But yeah, I think let's carry on going. We've been watching these Nyalas for a while, and I'm going to continue on bumbling, so let's go and see what Lauren's plans are up to.
Please don't get lost in the dark, Eric. I'm sure Mpo can keep you right. But that sun is going down a little bit and it's making life a little bit easier. I'm still not entirely sure where Aubrey was meaning. It's a message relayed through people, but fascinating all the same. I don't really know where to start looking, but I am checking some big mounds, and I know that the Juma clan have used this one before. This is the Shibamu Dam. I'm just going to find a sort of suitable way in and just have a look to see if there's any tracks or activity. I don't really know what hyena cub would really be down at this point in time, but let's take a look. I hope we can make it through here. You gonna make it? Yes, we are. I can barely open my right eye. Thank you, Mosquito. I hope you enjoyed the party. I mean, that is an entrance hole, or what we tentatively call a dentrance. That doesn't look like much fresh activity to me. A lot of ants, a lot of ant activity. But the Juma clan have used this one before. Let's keep going round. There's a few other dens around Shibamu, or Termite Mounds, potential dens. It's a bit of a shot in the dark. I think I need to try and get more info, and then we'll take it from there. Yeah, nothing looks particularly active. Elongo, active termite mounds. Sorry, I've just got a better view. It depends, because believe it or not, the Philemon's Dip Down 3 in summer, we had a fantastic sighting with the clan there, and we could see that it was half active. The termites were using half of it. They were just obviously not using all of it. So I guess yes. It really, really depends on the size, the structure, how intricate it is. And that day that we sat, we had a wonderful sighting. The cubs were eating the alates. The alates were streaming from the mound. And if the alates are streaming out, then that means the termite mound is active. Okay, let's keep bumbling. But a termite mound is always active. It's a tricky one because this is a mound, but normally the termites, the nest, which is actually the active part, will go much further down into the ground during winter. And then as summer approaches, it will come closer to the surface, and they can move to different parts. So the bigger the termite mound, what you'll find, because they can get really big, is that half of it might be active and half of it might not be. So they'll be working on growing sort of one side of the mound. But I'm obsessed with termites. I just think they're the best. I can't wait to see the termites out and about, getting active, building, maintaining, working 24 hours a day. All insects really are important to the ecosystem, even when they maybe don't seem so, and I'm including arachnids in that, just a general term, shove it all in. But if you probably had to choose the two most important ones, it would be termites, definitely, and dung beetles. I mean, termites really are the backbone to any ecosystem. I don't know if this ecosystem would thrive without them, to be honest. I don't think it would. They really are the backbone. I'm replaying Aubrey's message over and over in my head, and I just need to know where this mound is. And when we know where the mound is, we can go and we can actually sit and wait. I'm up for that. I'm sure you guys are too, if it means a hyena cub's inside. Okay, we're going to slowly make our way to Treehouse Dam and see if we can get any further with this mystery.
Sea Forest is a brand new experience on the WildEarth channel. Freedivers will explore the great African sea forest in Cape Town, while naturalists explain what we are seeing.
Like trees in a forest, these kelp provide food and shelter for many, many species.
Magical encounters with shy marine life, crustaceans, seals, and so much more will all bring a window of calm into an otherwise chaotic world.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Are now doing the Hades halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The bushhawk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
We've made it to Treehouse Dam, so we've done a loop. I just need to ask you to turn that up a touch. Every time we hit a bump, the volume meter goes up, so it's really, really loud, or down. You gotta love that. Now, I know that Eric's been here. And I know it's not the Misi Kaya dens that are just up there. Taxon's Road is just up there. Philemon's Dip Den, 1, 2, 3. I know it's not them because Aubrey knows those dens. They would have called them the Misi Kaya, which means the home of hyenas, which I think is really sweet. I think it's really sweet the way they talk on the radio about animals' den sites. I'm just going to Sabui's Kaya, and that means Sabui's home. Sabui's, it's the way that they phrase it. It's just very lovely, like you're going to visit the hyena's home. Or maybe it's just me that finds that sweet, but that's what Misi Kaya means, and Aubrey would have said that. So, I'm going to check this road. I don't want to get all your hopes up. I just find it fascinating that a cub could be...
Just after those mongooses, we heard Kudu's alarm calling and we needed to follow up, and we came around the corner and literally we found ourselves a leopard, which is awesome. I'm going to try and reposition. She walks straight past us. It looks like a female, and this is where I'm going to need all of the viewers to help me out here again, because obviously I'm very new to the area and I'm not entirely sure of which leopard's which. It is a female. She's got a very dark nose, and this is the area that I saw my reaps a bit, when was it? It was maybe 2 or 3 days ago. So I'm wondering if this is or not Tundi, but we'll see. She's just gone to the toilet, so I thought I'd give her some privacy. But I'm hoping she's going to come this way. I'm just going to make sure that I don't lose sight of her in case she does decide to change direction. Yeah, she is walking this way, and right behind us is another road. So I'm going to try and hopefully just stick on the road for now, and we can see what she gets up to. That is awesome, hey? We literally saw those mongooses. As we were about to start the vehicle, we heard the Kudu's alarm calling, and I actually thought they were alarm calling quite a lot further away. And so I wonder if they didn't see her alarm called, and then she just walked quite quickly to cover the ground to get out of the area of the Kudus. Can you see the... Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, so she's sniffing on the ground there. Hey, look at that phlegm and grimace. Pointing straight towards us. And she is old. I mean, so a young leopard has got white spots at the back of their ears, but this leopard is missing her white spots, so she's missing her hair completely there actually. So she does look like an older individual. There she is. And she's lying down. All right. I think I'm quite happy to just sit here and watch her for now, because I think this is pretty much our only spot that we can view her. It just looks, I mean, we could go off-road, but the chance of us getting a much better view is quite low. So us sitting here, I think, is quite okay. You know, she was moving around, so you never know. Maybe she does decide to get up and move closer to the road. We can always, if she doesn't move, we can always just experiment and see if we can find that sweet spot where we can see her full body. But I don't think we might be able to. This gap is our only gap for now. So we're still not entirely sure of which female leopard that is. And there is somebody saying not entirely sure, but it could be Kachava. I mean, I wouldn't even be able to tell you the difference between her and Thandi, but it's an old female leopard, and that's all that I can tell you for now. And see how heavily she's panting. So, I mean, she's covered in very fine hair, which in the wintertime keeps her nice and warm, but it also, at this time of year, gets her very hot. And so she's panting quite a lot. And that's just from moving around. I mean, she could literally have just been walking through this area, and that's just raised up her body temperature, so much so that she decided to sit down and rest for a bit.
Back in the east, anything on Chitwa?
And it's just incredible to see her in this long grass and how her whole body just blends in.
So excited to see spots on the drive.
She is looking in that one direction, but yeah, I think it's just more just resting, and the reason why she's looking there is the wind is coming from us to her. So anything that's moving through this area she'll be able to listen to and maybe even smell, but then she can see anything that's coming from downwind of her. So she's got herself in a good position. She's an expert at keeping safe and avoiding threats. That's why she's made it to the age that she is now. And she relies a lot on that beautiful rosetted coat. And you can just see, I was saying a bit earlier, how well she just blends in with her surroundings. And it doesn't take a lot. I mean, it's literally just a couple of grass blades in front of her, and it breaks her outline, and then she becomes almost invisible.
Don't have 100% positive ID on this leopard.
So now that she has gotten into a spot where she is resting. We've seen her nicely from here. I think it's worth just taking the chance and seeing if we can find a slightly better gap where we might be able to see her face. Doesn't look like she's in the mood to be moving around too much, so for us to have a look at her face and potentially get a nice positive ID on her, let's try. I'm literally going to try and see if I can get onto the opposite side of her. There's no way that we can look at her from side on, so I might try. Just behind her there is a green bush that I'll try and see if we can park ourselves into and see if we can get a positive ID.
They're everywhere, and I'm not complaining. The sun's going down soon, it'll be very golden. And we're just going to sit and watch them for a while. Sorry about that, everyone. Apologies. Sorry. Lovely silent moment, that.
Leopard, yeah, my leopard. Bouncing air, it's also my. That is about 50 meters into the manual yard. You can see my vehicle.
Isn't it so lovely?
We actually have been able to get quite a good side-on view, and she's just flopped her head down. Yeah, so I think it's actually worth us just sticking here. And if she picks up her head again, then that will be quite nice, and we'll get a really good view. Yeah, but for now it's just sitting here and enjoying and waiting for her to get up and move. And she looks like she's got a relatively full belly. So as she's lying flat like that, there's that small bulge. And that could be from a recent-ish meal. She's not completely overindulged, but it does seem like she has eaten quite recently. You can still see how heavily she's panting. Her whole body's going up and down, up and down. turning out to be a very successful afternoon. I mean, good birding, a couple of antelope species, nice big herd of ellies from Lauren, and then to top it off, we've got this female leopard. And I'm just hearing from Lauren. I sent her a photo a little bit earlier on, and she says that it looks like it could be Kachava, so it might be her. It was such a peaceful time of day. I mean, I'm sure you can hear all of the birds calling around us. It's getting to that stage where it's not uncomfortably hot anymore. It's just so nice to be out in the bush. That sun is getting low, which means we're getting this beautiful golden light. Just everything about this time of afternoon is just so nice. And it's the best time of day to be spending out here. Makes it even better when we've got a leopard. I don't think I've got anything on Tristan yet. I think I've been quite lucky. I'm on, 5 for 5, I think. Yeah, 5 leopards in 5 days. That's a pretty good record. And long may it last. But like I say, it's not been skill from me or Mpho. It's just been being in the right place at the right time, hearing the alarm calls. Literally, we heard the alarm calls. We went to go and follow up, and it was right there. So like I say, not too much skill on our side, unfortunately, but we're working on it. We'll hopefully maintain this luck. Yeah, so I mean, I said it a couple of days ago, but there's one thing seeing leopards and you see them from other vehicles who have found them, but there's just another thing entirely coming around the corner and seeing a leopard that you've seen for yourself without anybody helping you out. Just as that like moment of excitement, I think never gets old. No matter how long you've been working in the bush, you come around the corner, there's a leopard walking towards you. It's one of the best sights that you can ever wish for. Well, we aren't going to be going anywhere. Definitely not with this leopard and the potential for her to be moving around. So we will stay in this exact spot and wait for some movement. And Lauren's got some ellies, so let's see what they're up to.
More elephants. I don't know if it's the same herd. We just heard the most incredible tantrum. Now, Eric has messaged me about an ID, and I wonder, north of Airstrip, could be Kuchava or Tandy, I'm guessing. Sabi has been using the area, but she's normally got a really pink nose, so she's quite easy to identify. I really don't know where to go with this hyena thing. I've asked Michelle for help. I really have looked around. There's a lot of termite mines, and people were walking. Was it in the block? So I think we'll have to wait until we get a little bit more information. So I'm going to work my way into Juma a little bit more and see if Shasha is maybe still around. I don't think he's going to go too far. They're crossing back into Juma, which is great news. White mane, you'd have to ask an elephant. I couldn't possibly answer anything about what an animal feels, I'm afraid. But if I was to guess, I'm going to say no. I mean, they have incredibly thick skin at about 4 centimeters thick, and their feet are extremely hard and thick to support their body weight. But they're also sensitive in that they do have those mechanoreceptors that I touched on this morning for seismic communication. And they're normally, these sort of specialized receptors are densely packed in the toe regions and the heel region of an elephant's foot. Also at the tip of their trunk, but naturally. And these cells are actually called Pacinian corpuscles, and they're really sensitive to vibrations. So it's these mechanoreceptors that are detecting the vibrations. And it's through something in the laws of physics called the Brownian motion, but that's really, really complicated. We don't need to go into that. And basically, these corpuscles detect the vibration, send a nerve signal back to the brain, and the brain can interpret it, so they understand what that signal is. You do get them in other mammals too, but they're just very specialized in elephants. So I really don't know if they feel, I'm afraid. When it comes to putting your human perceptions on animals, you should, I think we'll go forward a little bit, you should always be careful with that one. We really can't say what an elephant feels. But I'm going to go with no, unless it's a ginormous thorn, maybe yes. I don't know. They live in a completely different world and very, very different feet. I mean, they use their feet for communication. We definitely don't. So in answer to your question, I do not know. We'll work with that for now. The sun's sinking fast and it's delicious. You can get that sort of breath of fresh air, cool down a little bit. And the animals will be relishing that too, I'm sure. It's lovely to have elephants around. You can see signs of them on every single road. Fresh signs. They're probably heading towards Treehouse Dam, I think. They probably will have more water. Especially on a day like today, they'll need to top up their water levels. Bless you. I've given you the sniffles. I sneeze a lot. I have a really sensitive nose. I just need to touch it and I sneeze. It's not very pleasant. So peaceful, tranquil, there's a breeze. You're in the presence of some epic animals. Just going about their daily lives. constantly communicating to one another. I think I heard like this constantly chatting in their own way. I don't think they're walking in silence. I really don't. Whether it is through seismic communication or really low frequencies, I don't think for one moment that they're not communicating. Okay, I think we're gonna let these Ellies enjoy their evening, and we're gonna head back into the reserve and look for Shasha.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
Our competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one yet. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we'd normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I love being a cam-up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
We are still with Thandi. I mean, not Thandi, we're not sure yet, but we think probably Kuchava, who is the daughter of Thandi, and just enjoying the sunset before we wait for this leopard to get up and moving. You know, she is not looking like she is in the mood to move at all, so she's in her in a nice little thicket where she's resting on her side and just breathing slowly. But I mean, the longer we wait, the more chance we have of her moving, because it's getting darker now, it's getting cooler, which I think is more important, and you know, she might be more in the mood to be walking around. I think you can see now the sun has just hit the very top of the Drakensberg Mountains. Sure. Katswain, that's a good question, and I don't think I have the answer for you. Look, I know female leopards tend to live much longer than males do. I mean, the oldest recorded leopard is somewhere in the region of 19, 20 years old, which is exceptionally long. Look, and I'm sure from that age they wouldn't really be giving birth anymore. So anywhere up to 14, 15 years old, I think would be quite old for female leopards to still be giving birth. Look, and they might fall pregnant still when they're old like that, but I just think, you know, they're tired, they're old, they don't have as much energy as they might have when they were much younger. And so I don't know if their success rate, I mean, they've got experience behind them, which might help. But it's just so energy sapping, and you just see how hard these female leopards have to work and the constant challenges that they have to face. I don't think an older female leopard will be as able to look after and to successfully protect her cubs like a much younger female might be able to. So when we were at Ngala, there's a female leopard who was known as the Black Dam female, and she came onto the property as an adult, and we don't know how old she was, but we estimated her to be in the region of between 15, 16, 17 years old. So she was really old, and her last litter was at probably at around 15 and a half, 16 years old. Yeah, and she had 2 boys that she managed to raise right up until close to 1 year old. And then I think it just, you know, that constant need of having to supply them with food the whole time, especially being 2 males, I think just completely exhausted her. And unfortunately, we think after one hunt, she got a horn through her underside, and she eventually passed away from her injuries a couple of days later. So when they're older like that, the chances of something happening not only to them but also to their youngsters, I think, will start to become a lot higher as they get older. The one and only Mpho is knocking it out of the park with this beautiful sunset, and there goes the sun. So it's gone and dropped behind the mountains, and it hasn't been long since we first started watching the sunset, and it's gone. You know, like I say, it's 2 minutes in the region. I think it's like 2 minutes 25, 2 minutes 40 in that sort of bracket. That sun disappears. And this female leopard is completely ignoring the sunset. She doesn't give 2 hoots about it. She just wants to rest, keep as cool as she can, save her energy for when she absolutely needs it. Now, with the sun going down, it's going to get dark very soon, and the temperature is going to start dropping again. And this is a great opportunity for us to just sit and wait for those classic telltale signs of a leopard getting active. And whilst we do that, let's go see what Lauren's up to.
We did have some monkeys in a tree, but sadly they were not being very obliging. Old vervet monkeys. They love the jackalberry at Twin Dams. The one right opposite Twin Dams. It's a huge jackalberry. It's very iconic. It's a sort of landmark. And most days you find the vervet monkeys in there. So much relief now. It's a lot cooler, and as Eric just mentioned, leopards are soon going to wake up, so I would imagine Shasha may be on the move as well. But Aubrey did hear, can't now remember if he said which antelope he said. He said one of the antelopes was barking around Galago Pans. That's also making me think, it could have been Shasha going back that way. It's quite a mobile cat during the day, whereas you get the likes of Tingana who will not move an inch on a hot summer's day. But we shall go and investigate. He was definitely eyeing up that Steenbok earlier, but I don't know if he was going to get lucky. He was also very sleepy. Sleep or food, sleep or food. I will update you on that hyena story as much as I can, but I mean, we can only just keep driving around the termite mounds. Don't even know if I'm looking in the right area. But naturally, if there is a cub in a den, I will be there. First thing tomorrow morning, I can assure you. I would really like to drive up the Mulwati, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. But that's what I really want to do. So the next best thing that we can do is drive up Twin Dams. And naturally, if you are watching the dam cam, keep your eye out, or listen if you've got audio for any alarm calls, because he's in that area. And it's now time that the monkeys, the baboons, they're all going to get ready to sort of go up into the tree and hide for the night. And that gives them the vantage point. So as soon as the monkeys and the baboons get high, they can see. And as soon as they see a leopard, even if it's getting really dark, you will hear about it. But the only disadvantage of that is that they can see really far. So sometimes they're alarm calling from very, very far away, and you're not able to see anything in the vicinity because there's nothing in the vicinity. But this is a good time because your monkeys and your baboons are going to get ready to settle down. And the last thing that they want to bump into is a leopard. Tabangumi had a baboon kill not so long ago up in Buffelshoek. And the sort of crepuscular hours really where the human eye is at its weakest. We're not good, and definitely not good. So this is when we struggle, but of course this is when the nocturnal animals come alive. If anybody has any remedies for a mosquito sting to the eye, please do let me know. Oh, apparently the dam cam's down. My apologies. Nobody told me that. So no one will be looking for a leopard or listening. Alrighty. Well, that is that. We shall do the job instead. We shall head there. And then you'll be able to see the dam through Wendy's cam. And if there's really no sign of them, we'll go to Galago Pan where Aubrey did hear some barking. Okay, we're going to keep bumbling towards Gowrie Dam as promised, and we're going to send you guys over to Eric.
Pretty exciting for us. We've got the first sign of life for a while. That head up is really good, and hopefully this gives viewers a good enough view to maybe see if we can confirm once and for all which leopard this actually is. Okay, well, she's up. That's good. Didn't take her long. Let's see, is she going to carry on moving, or is she just finding a different spot? Yeah, finding a different spot. But I think we can get a slightly better view than what we have now, so we'll start the vehicle in reverse. This is often how cats get up, you know. It's not like all of a sudden get up and start moving around immediately. They need to take their time. They need to make sure that they're looking good, spending time grooming, making sure they're keeping themselves nice and clean before they reveal themselves to the general public. Let me see, if this tree isn't in the way, we should have a really good view. How's that, Paul? Is that good? Is that fine? Good. All right. You see, she's still panting very heavily. Very, very heavily. So once she gets up and moves, she's not too far from the road. I mean, literally 10 meters and then 20 meters from another road. Hyena, this is a really beautiful leopard. I think most leopards, if not all leopards, are beautiful. And it's got, for me, it's got a lot to do with the coat. It's just quite insane how those spots just work around the body. And so you've got those rosettes all the way up on the flanks and the top of the leg, but then head, bottom of the legs, tail, tummy, we've got those solid black spots. And then you've got the different colors of the golds, you've got the white. I mean, it all just works. And that's why I say, I mean, every single time I see a leopard, it's just that initial moment of, oh my gosh, that is so beautiful. And see if you can see what I was talking about a bit earlier on. So we might have to zoom in quite carefully, but if you look at the back of the ears, so young leopards have got that black fur, but then at the very top, they've got the white spots. And you might be able to see remnants of those white spots at the back of the ears there, but the hair is starting to fall off, which is a very clear indication of age. So yeah, she's definitely a younger, I mean not a younger, an older leopard. Looks like it. She looked like she was just about to yawn. She's up again. That's great. What is she doing from here? Walking further than she did last time, so she could be on the move now. No. Got a bit ahead of myself there. Okay, let me just... Are you okay there? Do you have a view?
Can reverse it.
Okay, I'll reverse just to make the view a bit better. I'll try. There's another gap between two trees here that should be pretty good. Yeah, no wonder. I mean, a lot of the time when when a leopard does this and gets up and moves around, it's because of insects that we might not necessarily see that are irritating her. So it could be things like small insects. She could have lain down on an ant's nest and ants are crawling over her body. So she gets up and moves away from there. And you see that shake of her head, maybe even the flick of the ears. So there could be flying insects that are just irritating and bugging her. So she decided to get up and move a bit further away. So the signs are there that she's going to get active, which is great for us. So we will not move anywhere, we will sit tight and wait.
Wendy on dam cam. You can see the pink, fluffy candy floss clouds. Period of change. And I always link it to a coral reef because it's very, very similar. When the transition happens in any sort of habitat, really, any ecosystem between night and day, you often find there's this period of transition where you can really feel the diurnal animals, be it here in the Lowveld, be it on a coral reef, are all scrambling. The monkeys we saw, they were all running. They're running to find the tree to roost in. They know losing light, nighttime's coming. Nighttime brings predators. We got to be safe. Dwarf mongoose running to the mound. It's time to hide. Birds changing. And then naturally the nocturnal animals like leopards, even owls, they're starting to become awake. Even fish, you'll find the nocturnal fish are starting to appear on the reef, and yet an hour ago they were not there. And it's just this really busy period of transition. Like rush hour. Like rush hour in a city, and you can feel it. And that's what's happening right now. So we're just going to sit and listen to all the buzz of that transition. Amazing scenes at the dam. Our famous legendary grey heron. I don't know if it's the same one we always see, but wading its way through the dam. Look at the movement of insects. That's not water droplets. That's insects darting around, aquatic insects. Maybe even some movement from fish underneath. Oh. Now I have stopped here to give you a view of the dam, but also to listen. Alarm calls. It was a bushbuck earlier. It was barking, sorry. My brain's a bit fried with the heat. And alarm calls or sawing or any sort of contact call. Do we have an idea on Eric's leopard yet? I'm intrigued. I like to know where everybody is. Territorial movements fascinate me. Seeming like Kuchaba, I thought so. She was just at the quarry near the airstrip yesterday. Was it yesterday I had her? So that makes sense. Saddled Billy. I got a fright from that other bird there. I don't know what bird it was. It was too fast for me. Look at those legs. Lapwings, of course. Oh, being very... Oh, territorial dispute happening. They're not happy with you. They're bombing you. And that's, of course, because they got chicks somewhere. I said I would look for the chicks earlier and I got completely distracted. I promised tomorrow that will be my mission. This is really cool. These lapwings are not happy. Theo, I mean, you saw what happened there. That was the interaction, and that is the extent of the interaction. The lapwings are just being territorial. I mean, that saddle-billed stork has a very sharp beak, very long beak. You saw him trying to, like, scare the lapwings a little bit. But that was the interaction. Sometimes smaller birds are really fierce and brave when it comes to bombing and distraction techniques and really trying to deter the bigger birds from coming near their nest or their property. I mean, the fork-tailed drongo is just an unbelievable example of a bird that just has absolutely no fear. They will bomb the biggest of raptors. They could easily harm them. But this is a lapwings. The lapwings are quite territorial, and also they have got chicks. I don't know where the chicks are right now. We've lost a lot of light, naturally, but they're just being very protective. And they're just trying to shoo that saddle-billed stork away. But that was fascinating. It was a really cool sighting. Francis, it really depends on what insect you're referring to. I mean, when you say insect, that is an unbelievably broad term. Unbelievably so. There are more insects in the world than all the other animals put together that we know of. There are so many different species. So, for example, termites don't stop. They work 24 hours, constantly, around the clock. And they're equipped for that. They're very nutritious. That's why lots of species like to eat termites. They're packed with proteins and fatty acids and lots of nutrition to keep them going. But then other insects will go into a state of rest. For example, butterflies and let's just say butterflies are mostly diurnal, and at nighttime they rest. So it really depends on what insect you're talking about. But a lot of them do rest. A lot of them do catch 40 winks. And you also have to think about their biology. So They're ectothermic, so on really cold days, on the days of rain, when it's overcast, there's no sun and it's chilly, they're also not getting solar powered. They also their muscles need the solar power to get moving. And if they're not getting that, it will render them quite immobile and unable to escape predators. So on those days, sometimes they're just not mobile at all. You just have to stay still because they've not been powered by the sun yet. So yes and no, in answer to your question. Some do, some don't. Okay, we're going to bumble a little bit, see if we can see any signs of anybody. I'm going to send you guys back over to Eric.
And this female leopard is getting completely pested by flies. This is about the 4th or 5th time that she's moved, and you can see she's even pawing at her face. So, but this is good. I mean, instead of the immediate get up and move, it's slightly more traditional in the sense of a leopard movement, that bit of grooming beforehand. So she is walking a bit further into the block, but still relatively close to the road. In fact, she's now bending back towards the road. And so we will stick with her for as long as we can. And there will come a time in this area where there is a lot of monkey thorn and monkey orange, black monkey orange actually. And that is quite tricky to navigate through. And if she carries on walking the way that she is now, there's a chance that we might lose her. But she is heading straight towards the Chitwa airstrip. And the other day we followed that young male leopard Mareep straight into camp. So she might even be heading in that exact way. I can still see her. She's right up ahead of us. Almost looks like now she's decided to get up and move, which is exciting. Really nice to try and stick with her and follow her. It is just a bit of a challenging block to navigate through. I'll see if I can maybe... Yeah, see, look what she's doing. She's scent marking. So she walked up against that tree, and one of the big and more prominent trees in the area pretty much went straight for it and started scent marking against it. So I think she's going to keep walking now. So we've got the challenge of sticking with her, and hopefully we can follow. Oh, she's just climbed up a tree. Yeah, that is beautiful. It's unbelievable how easy they make that look. Literally just in one leap, she's just went about 3 meters up in the air, and now she's lying down. And it's such a comfortable position from there, and it's probably a bit more exposed in terms of a breeze, so she'll be able to catch the breeze quite a lot nicer when she's up in the tree, and probably away from these ground-dwelling insects that I think have been in for the last hour. Lawrence, absolutely, yeah. The best way to tell the difference between male and female is definitely by size. So if we were to take a male and a female, so call it a male her age and a female or her. So if two individuals are exactly the same age, they are considerably different, and the males can sometimes be 1.5, 2 times bigger than what a female can be. And that's especially if you're looking and you've got your first view, you can actually see. I mean, you can see the sheer size of it. I guess the time where it can get confusing is if it's a young male. So if it's a young male who has recently reached independence, is pretty much the same size as a fully grown adult female. And there, look, you can look at subtle differences, like the size of his front paws. They tend to be a little bit bigger than what a female's is. But then from that point, if you're unsure, the best thing to do is just see if you can get a view underneath the tail, and that will be a sure answer for you. But if you've got a fully grown adult female and a fully grown adult male, then you'll easily be able to see the difference in size. And I remember Lauren saying, when was it? It was yesterday when she was following Kachava. So she does have a cub somewhere in this area. Look, and it doesn't look like she's in the mood to return to it. She could have even left the cub before she decided to move away for the evening to try and find something to hunt. You know, but if that is the case, and we do happen to hear her contact calling at this time of night, we'll leave her and just let her and her cub do their thing. We don't want to have an outside influence where we could potentially affect either of them. And I was saying it's incredibly hard for a female leopard to raise a litter of cubs successfully. And us being here, you know, although there's probably there's almost nothing that we could do that will impact it, we just don't want to take that risk. So moving out of the area is probably the best thing to do. As soon as we start hearing those low contact calls, if it was during the day, it would be a different scenario, because, I mean, the chance of other predators being out and active is a lot lower. But at this time of day, there's hyenas that might be lurking around this area, so we'll just not take the chance. Willie, I'll agree with that, and there is nothing better than a leopard up a tree, and to make it a marula tree is even better, and to make it even better, we've got the sunset behind it, so it really is quite a picturesque scene. Now at the moment it's just like a dark shape, and if you hear in real life in the flesh, all you can see is the silhouette of this female leopard. She's just like a black image up in the tree. But my favorite thing is those two back legs that are dangling below the branch on either side, and then obviously that classic tail that's got the slight little upturned tip to it. So it will be interesting to see what she does from here, whether or not she moves, but it does look like she's getting cozy. We'll give her at least a few more minutes and see what she gets up to.
The WildEarth channel now runs for 24 hours a day and is filled with exciting wildlife experiences for the whole family. In addition to our twice daily live safaris from Africa, we launched Sea Forest. Free divers explore the great African kelp forest under the water in Cape Town, while naturalists on the surface explain what we are seeing in real time. Our Escape to Nature series features exceptional wildlife footage throughout the day, and here you can immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And finally, we are launching a brand new penguin experience later this month, where you can follow the lives of a group of African penguins daily and in real time. If you want to join in on these experiences, then head over to wildearth.tv/channel to see where you can watch. Escape to nature with WildEarth.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
This leopard is looking very, very cozy. There is another vehicle that's on approach and I haven't been able to get hold of them on the radio, so I might just have to... I know they're actually... No, they are coming this way, so they might be joining us shortly. Although it does look like they are heading in a different direction, so maybe not. She does seem to be a bit more peaceful up there in the tree. Every few minutes or so she would pick up her head and she would shake her head, she would flick her tail, almost like snap and growl at the insects, and then get up and move to a different spot. But here she's actually been, apart from now, this is the first time since you last saw her that she's actually picked up her head. Oh, that's beautiful. Let's see, she might be coming down. Look how easy she makes this. Commentator's curse. Damn it. But let's see, I mean, from this, it is quite high. So the V that she'll get to is quite high. And I don't know if she'll jump from that way. So what they will sometimes do is like spin around and climb down the tree. It'll be interesting to see what she decides to do from this point. And what she's doing there is just reacting to a noise by the looks of things, because she was lying down in the opposite direction, picked up her head, turned around, and then she did that 180 twist. So there must be something that she's hearing up ahead. And we're not too far away from the airstrip. That is a place where things like impala will head towards to go and rest for the night. Could be that, it could just be some Nyala moving through the area, maybe even a hyena that's on its territorial patrol or scavenging route for the evening. And this is where I'd love to just be able to know what it is and how good their hearing is. You know, what she heard that made her avert all of her attention into that area. Looks like she is stationary for now, and I'm sure if she does start climbing down the tree, we'll be back quickly. So let's go across to Lauren and see what she's got.
We just had the most epic interaction between 3 hyenas. You can see 2 of them there, but I mean, it's not what it was. Vocalizations, tail up. I thought one looked like ribbon, but I'm not working with a lot of light here, and they're probably gone already. Oh, that's frustrating. We don't get to see the Juma clan so much anymore. Quickly over to Eric.
Oh, that was unfortunate, guys. Sorry we missed it. She just came down the tree, and she did it more gracefully than I would have ever imagined. So it was, she didn't turn around and clamber down. It was into the V, onto the trunk, and down she went. Okay, so I am going to have to turn my lights on, because at this stage it's quite tricky to follow her. But she is heading straight towards where that noise is coming. You're right, Tempo. Yeah. All good? All right. So let's see. So this is where it does get quite tricky, is moving through an area where we have to drive around the obstacles where leopards can just walk straight through them. And then obviously, okay, I can see her, that's good. What I will do though is Desmond, leopards will avoid certain trees, absolutely, and it is because of the bark. So when there's very hard bark, you know, it's quite tricky for them to get their claws stuck in, and it makes climbing a lot harder. So, I mean, although you will see leopards in trees like leadwoods, not necessarily their preferred tree of choice. Whereas marulas, nice soft bark, it makes it a lot easier for them to for them to climb. Okay, well, she has gone away from my view at least, and I will just, yeah, she is walking straight towards the airstrip. My radio seems to be giving me a bit of issues, so I haven't been able to communicate that we have this leopard, and I do see a vehicle. So I'm just trying to get another vehicle's attention just in case they want to come and have a look. And we have lost her visual, so I will try and find her again. So whilst I do that, let's go see what Lauren's up to. Yeah.
We lost our 3 hyenas, I'm afraid. They're right next to camp behind Galago. I'm intrigued to know if maybe something's going on there. One looked like ribbon, but I really wanted to sort of zoom in with the IR and get a good look. Either way, they were full. That I could tell. Just going to quickly do Vuatella access, make sure there's no movement, quickly come back and scan that area once again. Now, Kuchava has got a cub, so I don't know if she's heading back to the cub. Eric may have to leave the area. She's stashed the cub in that block east of where she was. So if that's the direction she's heading in, we may need to leave the area if there's a little cub stashed away waiting on Mama coming home. I know that he doesn't know that, so FC, you might have to let him know. Fuatela access used to be it is our main access road, but it used to be so wonderful in terms of animal sightings. Not so much anymore. There's been a shift, but I still just want to check it. A lot of the characters from the west come in through this side. And I thought Shasha might have been around here too. I haven't picked up on any signs of him. But I do think he might have been responsible for the bushbuck barking. Bushbuck barking. That's a mouthful. Okay, it's night time. I'm ready for the questions, FC. It gets tough. Nighttime is tough. I'm not the biggest fan of driving around in the dark. I love the daytime safaris when you can see everything. Nighttime, you've got to really focus on your spotlight. Hitch. I mean, it's a really tricky question. Do you mean in danger of the vehicle? I mean, I don't want to think that any vehicle is putting any animal in danger. But naturally, you have to be really observant of the road. That's why I drive really, really slowly. And you've got to watch out if you see a dung pile, especially in summer. Don't drive over it. We have a policy here, you don't drive over dung because there's a lot happening inside the dung beetles and lots of life. So you normally swerve for dung piles, and of course you've got to look out for tortoises, snakes. So I don't think anything is in danger, but you do have to be super aware of what's on the road. Like there is a something there, a beetle of sorts. I don't know which kind of beetle it is. I can just see something black moving. And that's what you've got to be cautious for. You see that? Hello, whatever you are. Are you a ground beetle? And obviously you don't want to drive over that. The insects are integral. But naturally, it's just the same as driving anywhere. When you drive in the US, the UK, things do hit your car. 6 legs, so it's definitely not an arachnid, it's a beetle. But it's very difficult to tell which type of beetle it is from here. It's black, I know that much. And I would feel really sad to run over something like that, you know. Animals like that are just as integral as any other animal, really. You wouldn't run over a leopard. You also don't want to run over a beetle. He's clearly trying to find some food, I think. It's digging. It's cleaning its antenna. What you looking for, little guy? You're kind of in our way, but that's okay. You know when you you really look close at an insect and all these macro shots, a lot of them are staged, but still they're fantastic. And if you really look, many insects have really cute little faces. Not ugly at all. And I've told you many times before, but Google jumping spiders with water droplet hat, and that's the start. That's the start of going deep into a Google dark hole and then start Googling cute insects. And you'll see they're actually not ugly, they're not scary. I really think people need to wake up to start to enjoy insects a lot more. Okay, I'm going to quickly check this road and then I'm going to go back and see if we can find those hyenas. For now, over to Eric.
We lost her temporarily and we looped back around to the airstrip, and the way that she is walking is heading straight into camp. It's bringing me flashbacks of when I was following Maroops with Tristan 3 or 4 days ago and did exactly the same thing. Walked onto the airstrip and then just walked straight into Chitwa. There's another vehicle coming. I still haven't been able to get hold of these guys, but hopefully now they'll see the leopard. Let's see, and I mean, they do this, they are just so comfortable in their own skin at night. They know exactly how to hide. They walk into camps like this to specifically go look for animals that are resting. So Nyalas, bushbuck, maybe even impala sometimes will be in here. See there, I think the vehicle has now finally seen it, which is good. And I think this might be the very last moments that we have with her this evening, which is fantastic. I mean, we've got to spend the majority of the afternoon, probably must be close on 2 hours, maybe a bit less, hour and a half or so with her. And it's just been really special. We've been treated to her climbing up a tree, coming down the tree again, and obviously the bonus of finding her by ourselves.
Perfect cat today. Thank you, Salah.
Salah, I'm glad you've enjoyed your cat today. It's been quite a special one with her. And I think we now have officially lost view of her. So we're not going to obviously try and follow her through camp at all. I think she's just going to carry on doing what she does, and we'll continue. I think it's now time to start heading back in the rough general direction of Juma. So we'll swing past Tswalu Dam, see if there's anything there before we make our way back home eventually.
We're just checking around for anything, really. I mean, it's only eye shine you're going to find at this time of night with your spotlight, unless you hear something, of course. If you get audio of anything, then you can go and check, but otherwise you're really relying on just catching eye shine. And this is when things get moving, especially after it's been such a hot day. Uncomfortably hot for us, so you can imagine it's been uncomfortably hot for the animals. Sometimes we're lucky at night time, we have the greatest sightings, and sometimes we see absolutely nothing. It's not our realm, it's not our world to be active in the night in terms of seeing and finding things. So you really have to be lucky. And I always just try to listen out with my ear that's free from the earpiece above the engine and see if I can hear any sounds of the night. It's not easy. But lions and hyenas, you do generally, their voice carries. I'll just get you to turn that up if that's possible. My comms have dropped down to almost 0 again. You're also looking for birds, not just mammals, you're also looking for anything really that's getting active. even insects, even reptiles. Anything that may be creatures of the night.
So we have left that female leopard. We waited for a little bit longer to see whether or not we could relocate her and find her, which we weren't able to do. So we've decided to move on out. We had such an awesome afternoon with her, and there's no point trying to wait around for her to come back out of camp. So now it's just a case of finding our way back home. And hopefully we should be able to do so. I think between Mpo and I, we should be able to manage to navigate back home. As far as we both understand, the big waterhole Tswalu Dam is just around the corner. It'll be interesting to see if the crocodile is still there. No, Craig, you know, we're so used to driving around at all times of the day, so I wouldn't say scared. I guess like in certain areas, you know, especially if you're not entirely sure where you are, you might feel a little bit nervous at times, but definitely not scared. I don't think I mean, we're also just so comfortable in this environment. We're so used to it, so it's not a nerve-wracking thing for us to be driving around at night. You know, if you're as bad at navigating as I am, then it can be a little bit hair-raising. But these properties are small enough, and if you kind of know a general direction, then you can find your way back home. So I knew that we were heading east the whole afternoon, and then when we found the leopard, oh, there's a croc. So it is still there. Croc with the saddled stork. And if you listen to the left of us, my favorite bird, an African scop's owl going. Oh, sounds are buzzing here at the dam. The geese are going crazy. We've got the scop's owl, blacksmith lapwings, all happening. So Jared's just telling me that there are 2 crocodiles in the dam. That this size is one whose name is Glad and the other one is Boris. I don't know. This one looks more like a Boris to me than a Glad. So I wonder where the other one is. I'm sure it's not far. Oh, like Vlad, not Glad. That's embarrassing. Yeah, it's a big animal and a scary animal. This big croc. Very happy to just watch it from a vehicle and not be anywhere close to it. But it's not moving too much. I mean, I'll see if I can see the scops. I'll give it a couple of moments, and if we can't see it, they're so hard to spot, even when they are calling in the tree right next to you. And if I don't see it in the next few moments, I think we'll continue on. No luck. All right, Mpo. Take me home. We're going straight. Okay, cool. Alrighty. It's amazing how, so the breeze is coming from waterside onto the dam wall, and and the temperature just drops immediately when the breeze from the water hits you.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. Almost like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, here it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
It wouldn't be a night drive if we didn't stop to look at the moon. I once read a quote that said the moon is Earth's most constant companion, and I like that. According to my moon app, it's at 14.2% full, and it's the waxing crescent phase. And it's just so beautiful. It also gives me a chance to stand off the vehicle. My legs and bottom have gone rather numb. 4 hours is a long time to drive. So I'm just going to take this moment with you all to look at the moon, enjoy it, and listen to the sounds of the night. Laura, you're asking me, do I have a favorite sound of the night? Definitely the whooping of hyenas. I mean, sometimes you hear that during the day, but it's generally at night, and I love it. It's so iconic. And sometimes it happens really, really close to camp, because most of the time they're in our camp. But during summer, I would say the bubbling casinas, frogs. I absolutely love the sound they make. When you hear it, you understand where the name bubbling casina comes from, well, the bubbling part. Of course, I love to hear the sound of lions. Just remind you where you are. Oh, there's so many sounds. But I think they're probably my top. Okay, I think I've got function back in my legs. So I'm going to jump back on the vehicle. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm now going to head back a little bit closer to quarantine, see what I can find, and we're going to send you guys back across to Eric.
We are out of Juma, out of Chitwa. We are not going to get lost tonight, that's good. We're driving nice and slowly, and this section, especially to the right of us, is quite a good area because it's recently been burned, so it looks like they've put a fire break in through here. And just to prevent, in case of a runaway fire, if a fire were to come from left to right, it would hit this area and there's just no material for it to burn. So it is quite an effective way to prevent fires going completely out of control. But it's taken away the grass cover, so we do get to see a lot further into the bush than usual. And this is the area where we saw the white-tailed mongoose not so long ago. There are some impala up ahead again. Just switch the lights off to make sure that they aren't going to get blinded.
You back with us? Rusty has vanished for a few moments, but I'm sure they'll be back. I'm going back to quarantine Galago area. The hyenas went deep into that drainage, that's why I left them. I just really wanted to know who they were. I love to see active hyenas. I love when they get the tail up and they're really sort of going through their own internal disputes. But they might be around. No luck on Botella access, I'm afraid. Okay, let's go see what quarantine has in store for us. Fascinatingly enough, at the end of Rotella access, it was a hippo. It didn't hang around, but that's interesting. I've never seen a hippo on a road like this before. Must have been coming from Sydney's dam. That's the only place it could really come from. All other dams are far too far away. But I've never seen a hippo there. Must be fascinating being at Gowrie Gate. They should really put a camera there. The amount of animals you will see moving across in front of Gowrie Gate must be phenomenal. It's right next to Sydney's Dam. It's on triple line between Juma and Simbambili. They should really put like a camera there, a CCTV for the animals, see what they get up to. They often give us information. They often see things crossing, leopards, lions, dogs. I mean, nobody really ever calls them hyenas. Only Aubrey. Cat Swain, of course. I mean, if you are not startled by seeing a hippo at night, then I think there's something wrong. Absolutely. And you're literally just using this. In your picture, what you can see right now is all infrared. So it gives you guys the impression that it's really light. I'm going to get to turn the IR light off, if possible. And that's what I can see. And then I use my spotlight. And that's really the only visual capacity that I have. You guys have a much different picture. But this is all I have. So that's why it's really tricky. You're so limited to your spotlight. I mean, if you're shining on the right, there could be a leopard on the left that you just don't see because you're not shining that way. That's why I tend to drive really slowly. But, I mean, if you're not startled by seeing a hippo on the road at night, then you're a very brave person. Hippos are huge. Really huge. And it's just not something you really... Oh, I need to put my lights back on. Want to bump into. In the Masai Mara, we used to come back late at night. It would be dark. You'd be surrounded by hippos on the road. Eerie experience. So yes, 100%. You get used to seeing things out here, but a hippo's definitely not something you want to bump into, especially in camp. I mean, my goodness. There was an injured hippo hanging around Galago for quite some time. I think it was 2 years ago. And it was worrying. You know, we all had to be on really, really high alert. That hippo's already injured, it's already upset, and if it comes into your camp. There was a really badly injured hippo once at Buffelshoek Dam as well. Checking where that vehicle was going, but they're going home. But we are just going to sit on quarantine for a bit and just enjoy the sounds of the night together. I am more than sure there will be some impala. The hyenas may be around, Shasha may be even around, but let's just sit and listen to all the wonderful sounds. No updates, I'm afraid. I mean, we did just see him a few nights ago, but no updates since then. I don't know which direction he walked in. I actually don't even know where the Talamatis are right now. I know where the Nkuhumas are. So no update, but don't you worry, Hanishan, he will be back. Darkmane's never too far from the limelight. He's such a character. I was a bit shocked at him the other night. He's very aggressive with the females. Very, very, very aggressive. And they just upped and left, and he stayed for 2 days more. Okay, Impala. Turn my lights off. I'm always very sensitive driving past the impalas in the end. Oh, there's a zebra on the other side. That was unexpected. I think it's a zebra. Is it too far? It's too far for infrared. Infrared has a very limited reach. But it's a zebra on quarantine, that's good news. There are impala on the other side. There we go, that should be good. No, don't tell me the impala disappeared. Oh, it's been a long drive, people. We're a bit frazzled in the sun, I must say. Leslie, I don't know if you're meaning individuals or species, but I'd love to have another honey badger sighting, and I'd love to see Tingy. I'd love to see Klangula, but I don't think we're going to see him again. We had some cool sightings with him. Male leopard from Buffelshoek. But I'd love to see Tingy. I don't know his whereabouts before you start asking. He's very nomadic now. His movements are very random. But I would love to see him. If you mean individuals, if you mean species, I'd really love to have a cool honey badger sighting again. Davy and I had the most incredible one last stint, and it really was special. It was probably my best honey badger sighting ever, of all time. It was a study done on impala, measuring their sort of reaction and cortisol levels, and it was sort of proven that after a reaction, after a scare, after a predator, they do go back to sort of neutral homeostasis quite quickly. So say, for example, a lion walked by right now, there would obviously be a massive reaction. They would be alarm calling. They would start to become very alert. Their cortisol levels would maybe rise because they're naturally stressed. There's a predator there. And once the lion walks away, say it just ignores them and it walks away, very quickly they revert back to normal. It's not that they forget the threat. I don't think it's about forgetting. I think it's more just that the threat has passed. And the article was sort of discussing how that's their survival strategy. Because if you think about it, impala really are the top prey for many predators here, at least in this area, in the Lowveld. And you literally have a threat around every corner. Every leopard that you hear saw wants to eat you. Every lion that you hear roar wants to eat you. Every dog that you hear hoo, hoo, wants to eat you. Hyenas want to eat you. Cheetah wants to eat you. Everything wants your lambs. There's a threat around every corner, even on the ground. Snakes are a threat. There's really no complete safe place. Oh, good night, Henry. And therefore, you can't live in a constant state of panic. No organism could. Even a human. Think about it, if we were constantly existing on a really high level of stress, it's not possible. And therefore, impala have a way to offset that. So naturally, they have to be constantly alert, and they will feel fear when the predator comes by. They will react, but it can't be possible to maintain that high level of reaction. And that's why, I guess, biologically and physiologically, they revert back to neutral very, very quickly. So it's not a case of forgetting, it's a case about not living in a constant state of fear. But we are going to continue to sit here and watch this male impala. We're just sitting on quarantine. The perfect spot to be at night time. Listening and watching. And that's what we're going to do together. Watch this male impala, listen for any threats, go about his night, and we will listen to the sounds of the bush. isn't it so peaceful? I love doing this at night time, just sitting and watching the world go by.
We were making our way through a drainage line, and this little frog caught my attention. It's on a stick, as you can see, on a tree called a magic worry, which is actually a tree that we see these frogs on quite often. And it's a frog called a foam nest frog, which is, I'm sure, especially if you're a WildEarth viewer over the last few seasons, they create these massive big white nests that sit above big pools of water, and this is one, and it's the first one I've seen all season, and I guess it's just change in temperature with a little bit of moisture in the air is going to bring these guys out now, and so you'll probably find that, I guess, within the next, especially after the big rains, we'll see quite a lot more of these foam nests around the bush. I just thought it was quite an interesting spot. He's right next to the road, and he just caught my attention because he's exactly the same color as the branch, but he just looks too fat for it to be part of the branch. Yeah, it's a nice little thing to see. So I think we'll carry on with our drive from here and see what else we can find. We did briefly just see a hyena, but unfortunately it was moving too quickly for us to get the camera onto it in time. So we decided to let it carry on doing its thing. Suppose it's also, I mean, not only the frogs are out, but there must be some chameleons that are out, which is always a nice challenge to try and find. I always remember getting into quite a competition with Tswalu, and she always edged me, unfortunately, and I think it's mostly because she was in Juma. Not her skills, it must be because there's more chameleons in Juma than there were in Ngala. Eyeshine differs from different species. It also actually, because I mean, it just depends on which way the light is reflecting off of the pupil. It can sometimes change color on the same species. But generally, like you look for, you either get like an orangey red glow, or otherwise sometimes like a bluey green glow. Those are the two colors that you generally see mostly. So that red is often like, especially if you're scanning in the distance along an open plain, like when I was at Tswalu Dam now, I saw eyes, and I could see that it was either from Waterbuck or Impala, not because of the color, but more importantly, I think it's just because of the position. Antelopes have got very far apart eyes, so they can see more of an angle around them. So you might only see one eye, or you'll see two eyes that are very far apart. Whereas predators, just like us, eyes very close together, so they can focus on what's going on in front of them. So when you're shining and you get to see that, you see eyes very close together, then it's very often a predator. Be it wild cat, genet, wild dog, hyena, they're all got the same sort of eye structure, and they're very close together like that. One of the reddest eyes that you'll see most often is of nightjars. But they're also quite easy to tell because they're on the ground, and you might only just see one reflection, but it's a big reflection from the ground. You kind of know that it's a nightjar. We've been hearing quite a lot of square-tailed nightjars actually recently. So at the moment we've heard square-tailed and fiery necked are the two that I've heard. I'm sure there are one or two more species that you can get here. So Cam, I don't think, I mean, if we shine our light in their eyes, I don't think it's necessarily going to give them away to predators. But if we keep the white light on them for an extended period of time, they lose their ability to see well enough at night, at least for a brief amount of time. So the best example that I can give, and it's something that I think everyone experiences at home, is when you are sitting in a very, very bright room and you get up and you walk into a dark room. Your eyes take a while for them to start adjusting, and then after a little bit, then you can start seeing your way around the room. But that initial darkness is because your eyes haven't adjusted, so there's a gas buildup that happens that allows you to see better at night. And it tends to happen as it gets darker, so you've got the sun dropping. Jeepers, there's lots of bugs out tonight. So you get the sun dropping and it's getting darker and darker and darker, and that allows time for your eyes to adjust over that 15-20 minute period that it gets dark. If you now shine your light into call it an impala's eyes for too long, that's going to reset their eyes from nighttime vision to daytime vision. And then once you take that light away, it's going to take a while for their eyes to readjust. So it's not necessarily going to give them away to predators, but it might put them at a slight disadvantage, because now they're not necessarily seeing as well as they should be because we've kept the light there. So you'll see, whenever we drive and you can, as soon as you see the eye shine and you know, okay, well, that's impala, we take it away from them. And then when we're driving through a herd, we turn our lights off and we just shine directly on the road so we can see where we're going, but we're not affecting any sort of light pollution into their eyes. We are now coming up to Tswalu Dam, actually. It's here on the right hand side. It's a really big water hole. Just take it nice and easy along here. So you'll see now, I mean, right up ahead of us, so you'll see lights off. We've got impala, we've got, us even saw a little Steenbokkie there. But because we don't want to put them at any disadvantage unnecessarily, we don't shine the light at them. It seems like it's quite a big herd of impala and one scrub hare and a Steenbok on our right. So I'm just going to drive straight past them.
Guiding as an industry has become, over time more and more professional and more recognized as a profession rather than just a hobby. And so to be recognized for that professionality is really kind of it's humbling, really, to be able to say that. It's definitely birding is the thing that I feel most comfortable with in terms of categories that we have here. At least comfortable, I mean, you never know how you're going to shoot on a particular day. You can have a good day where you blast everything as you need to, in terms of the targets, and then you can have a shocker where you just, miss a single shot here or there, and that's basically the end of your day. To be considered for such an experience is really a powerful thing, and so I'm here just to have a lot of fun and experience what the competition's all about.
it just pretended to be dead. Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I? It's like that is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
We just watched a frog hunt and kill an insect of sorts. I don't quite know what the insect was. It was very cool. It just jumped out on the road. So that's why I'm driving ever so cautiously. And just got the insect. When we think of predators, we just think of mammals all the time. And really, it's not. Predators are not just mammals. Not just your lions and your leopards. And your cheetah, your dogs. Frogs are too. Birds are too. Crabs are too. So the frogs are obviously out. I think Eric had a foam nice tree frog as well. Things are changing here. Summer is upon us. We've still got these males. Make sure my lights are on. The male impalas are just over here. Hello. Oh. I just got a whiff of something really interesting. It smells like death.
Wasn't me.
Can you smell it? I think we both got sunstroke. Yeah, I think maybe something is dead around here. It could be something small from a little frog or a lizard, but I think something is dead. Unmistakable smell. I always love sitting here contemplating what's going to happen tomorrow. Oh, hello, scrub here. What's going to be around tomorrow? Who's going to have moved in? Who's going to have gone out? Will any predators have made a kill? Will Mrs. Wig's eggs have hatched? I love sunrise safaris. They're definitely 100% my favourite. I love making that decision when you leave camp. Where do you go? Do I want to go south down Zoe's? Zoe's used to be a really productive road for us. Or do I want to... It's very cute. Do I want to sort of start the dam check? Treehouse Dam, then Twin Dams. Do I want to head to Chitwa? Do I want to go north? Do I want to bumble along Virtual Access, see what's came in from the west? So many decisions to make in the morning. Sometimes we get updates from dam cam, sometimes not. It's like putting the pieces of a jigsaw together. I have no idea. Apparently people are wondering if they're expecting rain. I really don't know. I have not checked any weather, maybe FC can let me know, but I really have no idea. Rain is coming, absolutely. But as to when, I'm really not sure. It will hit, though.
Tomorrow.
Is it really tomorrow? Oh, I just checked. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't know that. I was enjoying the sun. If it rains at night, that's absolutely fine. I love falling asleep to the sound of the rain. There is nothing more delicious than that. But driving in the rain, it's tough. It's really tough. And if it gets too heavy, then of course we can't go out. And then if it gets really, really heavy, some roads get blocked, closed. Can't go into Mulmati, which would be really tricky to visit Missy's Wig. In fact, it would be impossible. So let's just hope for light to moderate rainfall. Impalas are looking good, looking in really good condition. Naturally, the rutting's over. Most of the ewes are pregnant, getting ready to drop lambs. They've got their condition back, and things are improving. I mean, water's been plentiful, but the grass is starting to reshoot. Vegetation starting to grow, so that the condition of the males are mighty fine right now. They will get a little bit confused with the hormones from the females around the birthing time. Of course, it's a little bit confusing, but naturally they will calm down after a few days, and there'll be little lambs everywhere. That is so exciting. Now it has come to that time of night. It was a Juma drive today, and from all four of us on drive, we must say goodbye. But of course, big thank you to everyone for jumping on board. We couldn't do it without you, and you must join us tomorrow morning. You can continue to watch the Safari Guide of the Year Awards, which will be taking place now. So as we bumble home for dinner, we hope you have the most fabulous evening, and we shall see you tomorrow.